Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Would someone move item 1.02 to approve the agenda for this evening?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed and abstentions? Pass 700. Item 1.03, our evacuation procedure. In the event of an emergency, I would ask everyone in the room to choose either exit at either end of the room and move out and away from the building and do so in an orderly fashion. Would you now join the board in the pledge to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are now at the public forum portion of our meeting, and we have one person that signed up this evening, Frank Castilla.
Brought to light before the possibility of what we were doing at the county level. At the CSI committee, with subcommittee, that was going to be looking into having the cameras on the outside of the school district, school buildings, watching the parking lots in hopes of stopping anyone from coming into the building before they get to the building. I would hope that we could see somebody from the school board, or not from the school board, but from the administration, to join that subcommittee at some point in time. I checked with Kevin Cooley, is the person that's running it. He's the E911 director. His phone number is 315-529-0483. And it's the subcommittee to CSI.
Could you give me his name again, Frank?
Kevin Cooley.
Poole.
My hopes, my dreams were to stop any activity before it gets to school. Okay. Second issue is I know that let's see, the date was March 15th. It was the policy committee meeting. And one of the things on the agenda was we had asked for to have a different length of time in public speaking. I'd like a couple things I'm hoping that we'll find out what the answers were at that. And second thing is I would like to know who's on the committee. That's all I have tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Moving on, would someone move item 1.06 to approve the February 28th regular meeting minutes?
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed and abstentions? Pass 700. President's report. Are there any questions with regard to this report? And Mrs. Perry, we had to get our responses into you already for the city annual meeting? Okay. I'm going to now turn the meeting over to Superintendent Pavino.
Good evening. Thank you. A couple of things I just want to draw your attention on on the President's report at your desks or at your seats. There's an advanced manufacturing for families event that's on April the 17th from 6 to 8 p.m. We're actually hosting our annual site-based team meeting at CCC that evening, allowing those site-based team members to actually go and observe and see what's going on. This is something I want to draw attention. There's only one school there at the bottom of this item. It's the Fulton City School District. This is a partnership that was with CCC. And do you want to comment on that, Jerry, at all?
Sure. This is an opportunity that was presented to us as a pilot. So they came to us because of our existing partnerships. And they're really looking to have students in grades 6 through 12, accompanied by their families, attend this event. And there will be employers there, as well as people from higher education and community leaders. It will be a hands-on evening where they can explore some opportunities, learn about training programs, learning about employment programs, and for our students learning about the coursework that's offered in conjunction with our high school in order for them to go into these manufacturing career pathways. So it is opportunities for meeting employers for both the adults and future employers for the students. And we hope that you will RSVP, and transportation will be provided if you're unable to get there another way. So just call my office, and we'll get you all set up for that.
And as always, you're invited to the district site-based annual meeting is always available, and it's on, and we're hosting it there. CCC was good enough to give us space, so this is our way of trying to really promote and be there and support this event. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for our families. Music in Our Schools Month, finally.
Thank you for letting us be here tonight. Snowed out 2 weeks ago, which doesn't happen very often. So thank you for letting me speak. For anybody that does not know me, my name is Stephanie Almeter, and I am our school district's music facilitator for grades kindergarten through 12th grade, pre-K, actually through 12th grade. A lot going on in music. Music in Our Schools Month is actually a national initiative that has been around for about 30 years. It actually started in the state of New York as an advocacy day, but it was felt that a day was not long enough to really celebrate music education and all of the different activities and learning outcomes for our students. So it is now a nationwide event with the intention of just shining a spotlight on music education at all levels and in all communities, and what that means for students, what it means for communities, and how communities, school districts, boards of ed can come together to support and advocate for those programs. We always look forward to this month. It's crazy. There's tons and tons of concerts happening, and we're almost done with it. Normally, the first time I get to speak with you, we are ramping up, and with our snow day, we're almost done, so I can share with you what is left. But we took a slightly different approach this year that was really interesting and fun, and I think brought a lot of new families into the buildings to see what's happening long before students make choices about performing groups. So what we did at the elementary level this year is, in addition to highlighting and celebrating our performing groups, 512, our elementary schools put the spotlight on general music classrooms, which is essentially our Tier 1 instruction. Every single student in kindergarten through 6th grade, and in most pre-K classrooms now as well, has access to weekly general music classrooms. So we took a little bit different take on it to make sure that our families, our communities, our students, even our fellow teachers know what is happening in those general music rooms. And so last week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we made the rounds to all of those schools, and each school focused on a different grade level, and it was amazing. There was a ton of collaboration happening, not only among music staff, but among classroom teachers, support staff, certainly administrators, family members. And there was a lot of interdisciplinary going on as well, so it wasn't just about the music. It was about the music and social studies. Where is this music from? It was about music and language and music and public speaking. There were a lot of wonderful public speakers who were very, very tiny. That is a standard not only for performing arts, but of course for ELA as well. So that piece of it was really fun to see going down into even the primary grades. So we'll revisit that as a department, but I can say, I think Mr. Palvino and I kind of made those rounds. It was very successful and really allowed for us to see where music education really starts, because it does not start when you sign up for band, chorus, and orchestra. It starts much, much sooner than that. And our families were so proud, and that was one of the really fun parts to see. So what's left? We had a very full house for our 7th grade chorus concert, chorus band and orchestra concert, which kicked off our Music in Our Schools month. The 8th grade ensembles in March loop with the GRB ensembles, which gives our families a chance to see where the whole arc of the program is going. It serves as a great tool for our students as they make course decisions about high school. And then at the end of each of those programs, we put 8th grade through 12th grade ensembles together for a joint piece, which was really exciting. Chorus has happened already. Tomorrow night is 8th grade through 12th grade orchestra, and Thursday evening is 8th grade through 12th grade band. So we've had a great month. If you can get to anything that's left on our program, please do. You are in for a treat. Out in the lobby, I know you heard them warming up when you came in, is our junior high jazz band. They are excited to play for you. If you were at our Family Fun Day, they gave their time that day as well. I'll let Mrs. Foster speak a little bit to the makeup of this ensemble, but they're here and ready to play for you, and I know you'd rather hear them play than hear me talk. So thank you for your continued support of music in our schools, not just in March, but all year long. I'm always open to any questions, clarifications. If you want to know more about what's going on, if you want to come and visit, open doors around the district. There's a lot of really cool things happening musically. So thank you, and let's go listen to some jazz.
All right, well, that was a great treat for our Music Our Schools Month. Stephanie Almeida had mentioned, I've been to a number of the concerts. It was a great way to see, we had kindergartners performing, first graders, second graders. We really hit the gamut throughout the Music in Our Schools Month. So it was a really great opportunity, and there's a couple more concerts left this week, tomorrow night and Thursday. So thank you to our junior high jazz band. They were absolutely amazing. How fun. Our second presentation or report this evening is with respect to our New York State Final Accountability Status for 22-23. Ms. Geithner.
Good evening. So this evening, I'm going to take you through a brief overview of the one-year accountability under ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act, for our school district. And this accountability status is based on results from the 21-22 school year. So as you know, we begin with our mission and vision because all of the decisions we make should be driven by these principles, including how we respond to and prepare for these assessments. So accountability was restarted in 22-23, and the state took some time and collected feedback through the thought exchange and other methods and made modifications to the accountability system and indicate that these modifications were guided by reliability of data, transparency of that communication, and explainability, which I didn't really know was a word, but explainability. So in order to restart the system, the state looked at this one-year model and suspended several indicators that we typically see in our accountability status, such as participation rate, for example, and made modifications to several other indicators. It introduced a new indicator of core subject performance, which I'll explain momentarily, and then also modified the exit criteria for schools and/or school districts who are identified as in need of additional support. So this slide, coming right out of the New York State Ed presentation, talks about why language matters. And part of the shift in this accountability system was to change from something that appeared or was received as punitive to something that was designed to be more supportive of schools where students were struggling. And so you'll see the continuum of identification language has changed. For example, schools that are local support and improvement, or LSI schools, are previously the schools that were designated as in good standing. And schools identified for targeted support used to be called schools in need of targeted support, or identified as targeted schools. So you'll see a shift in the language in the accountability status. Our status is that our district and all 6 of our schools are identified as local support and improvement schools, or otherwise known as in good standing, for all of our schools and our school district. What that means for us is that there is no specific regulatory requirement under ESSA to create specific plans or corrective action, and that we need to continue with our local improvement and the efforts that we put into ongoing and continuous school improvement and district improvement. We'll still have access to all of the tools and resources that NYSED provides to the schools that are in need of targeted assistance, and we will not be identified as any additional support in the form of site visits or other on-site intervention by state ed. So here's another way of looking at that information, and it tells you a little bit more about how these schools were designated. So as a local support and improvement school, again, it's local decisions, no regulatory requirements, and NYSED will partner with us to provide us the resources we need to continue focusing on areas of improvement that are indicated in our student data. So the indicators that we are going to look at tonight in the next few slides at the elementary and middle level are weighted average achievement, core subject performance, and chronic absenteeism, And at the high school level, you'll see the same weighted average achievement, core subject performance, chronic absenteeism, and the addition of graduation rate as an indicator. So what is considered? What data do they pull? So for elementary and middle, we're looking at all of our New York State testing program assessments in ELA and math for grades 3 through 8. We're looking at New York State alternative assessment results for students who are have that designation per the Committee on Special Education. Grade 4 and 8 science test results. And for our students accelerated in 8th grade, if they took the Regents examination in math and/or science, that information is included as well. Chronic absenteeism rates are determined based on students who are enrolled in grades 1 through 8. They have to be enrolled for 10 days or more and in attendance at least 1 day. And those students who are chronically absent are those who are absent 10% or more of the possible days. At the high school level, the Regents examinations in ELA, math, science, and social studies are considered, as well as those alternative assessments as designated by the CSE. The graduation rate data includes graduates, so students who in the 4-year, 5-year, and 6-year graduation cohorts. So that information comes from June 30th. For the 4-year cohort, that's the June 30th, 4 years after entering 9th grade. 5 years is 5 years after entering 9th grade, and 6 years is 6 years after entering 9th grade. That's also for students who receive the Career Development and Occupational Studies or Skills and Achievement credentials, and non-completers are also factored into that data. Chronic absenteeism, similar to our elementary and middle level measures, applies to students in grades 9 through 12, again, enrolled for 10 or more days, in attendance at least 1 day, who are absent 10% or more of the possible days. So the indicators, the calculation, how did we get to some of these levels? And so these formulas are right out of the state ed supported documents. So weighted average achievement takes the English language arts, math, and science achievement results. So it's a formula that takes all level 2s, adds them to 2 times the number of level 3s and 2.5 times the number of level 4s, divided by either the greater of students who are continuously enrolled who have valid test scores, or 95% of the totally enrolled students who have or have not taken the exam, whichever is greater. So this takes into account if there are participation rates below 95%, you're going to end up going with that second calculation for your denominator. That is times 100. And then you take all the combined numerators, all the combined denominators, and multiply that by 100, and that's what gets your weighted average achievement index for your school. Yes.
And the level 2 is the lowest?
Level 1s aren't calculated, so you don't get credit for students who score level 1.
Okay.
So it's essentially factoring in a 0.
Okay, but level 2 is still the lowest?
Yes.
So why do they use 2.5 times our highest amount?
It's a way to factor in, give credit for those students who are top performing or high performing on these assessments.
Okay.
That's where the weighted average comes in.
It's a weighted
right?
average, yes.
And just a follow-up question quick, because I'm not sure if it was on the slides or not. Was this the status we had last year with all 6 schools as well?
We were a targeted district last year, but our schools were in good standing.
Okay. Thank you.
So similarly, core subject performance calculates English language arts, math, and science achievement. The denominator here, though, is 1. It's the number of continuously enrolled students who have valid test scores. And again, the subject performance index takes the combined numerators and the combined denominators, multiplies that by 100, and that gives us a core subject performance index score as a district. High school weighted average achievement, similar formula. It takes the English language arts, math, and science indexes, and also you can see those are weighted. So English is weighted, oops, I am leaning on my keyboard here. English is weighted 3, math is weighted 3, science is weighted 2, and social studies is weighted 1. So that comes with that denominator. That's how you get 9. 3, 3, 2, 1, 9. Okay. And then the core subject performance, you multiply all of those performance indices from the top by weight. So you add up the weighted value and then divide the summed weighted value by the summed weight. All of that translates to a level that is assigned to each of those indicators. And what happens then is, so when we go back to, for example, you get your core subject performance score. That score is put into a column with all of the other scores of all of the other schools in rank order from highest to lowest. And then you're assigned a level. And those who are assigned level 1 are in that bottom 0 to 10% of those rankings. Level 2s are in the 10.1 to 50%, and so on. This is what it looks like across the indicators for our district and our subgroups. So you can see from this chart, these are the ranked levels, going back to that previous slide. So our scores are in the level 1 and 2 range. For all students, our weighted achievement is a 2, core subject a 1, and chronic absenteeism a 2. And you can see how we performed for various subgroups. If it is blank, it means that there were not enough in that subgroup to be included in accountability, and that number is 30.
Mrs. Geithner?
Yes.
So is this kind of set up like a curve where it's not necessarily like 100 to 0, it's more the top in the subgroup versus the bottom, and then your percentile based off of that?
So the ranking is literally all of the performance indicators put in a column in order of that number. So we have 5 schools. One is ranked a 78, one is ranked 102, one is ranked 150. They're just put in order.
So there's no other factors, just the order?
The order.
Okay, thank you.
So these are not good scores, though.
Correct.
Okay. I just want
They're not scores we're satisfied with. Let's put it that way. And similarly, here are the indicators for our high school. And again, wherever you see blank, it's because there were not at least 30 to be counted in that indicator. Looking forward to the future, the state also provided us with areas where we need to focus because we are potentially a target district in our subgroups at the middle level, at the elementary and middle level for our Black, Hispanic, and English language learner subgroups. So while we were a local support and improvement designation across all schools in our district, we do need to tune into how we are supporting the learning of our Black, Hispanic, and English language learner students, and at the junior high school, our Hispanic students.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Going back to the high school data,
Yes.
sorry. The subgroup, the Hispanic subgroup, there's a number associated with weighted average and chronic absenteeism, but nothing for core subject performance or graduation rate.
Yes, so going back to how they calculate those, the denominators are different. So if we didn't, in the weighted average, you're taking test scores, right? So one student might take 3 exams, and so they're going to show up 3 times. Whereas in some of these other indicators, we're not going to have that same duplication of students. So it's the number is under 30. Or there were specific exams that were not offered. So exempted exams were not counted.
Exempted exams.
Right, except in the Regents exemption that was granted because of COVID, The only exemptions that were included were the exemptions in the spring of 2020.
I guess I'm,
But isn't this 21, 22?
Right, but there's a 2-year indicator for some of these factors. So
That's okay.
you look back 2 years, and that's how some of the subgroup totals are calculated. If there's not, and if there aren't 30 in 1 year, you can sometimes go back and add in those who were formerly designated or were designated in that subgroup in the prior year.
I guess I just don't understand the core subject performance part. Do they have to take all core subjects? Like, how isn't that weighted?
So those
in?
are
I'm
just
confused.
examinations. So
Oh, you said that.
Yeah,
too.
they're
Okay,
just
I'm not
examinations.
processing.
So going
Okay.
back to this slide, it's just those examinations in English, language arts, math, and science.
And it's not a final, it's a New York State test?
A Regents exam.
Regents exam, okay.
Yep. Or an alternate assessment
Okay,
for students with
That makes more sense to
disabilities.
me.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the next question that we all have had is, okay, this is the 1-year accountability system. What is next year going to look like? And I just copied and pasted for you right out of the frequently asked question document that they are looking into that. And they are taking feedback on how this year has gone and will be communicating next year's system hopefully in the near future so that we can begin to anticipate our status, but also how we should more effectively program for our students.
I have a question generally around chronic absenteeism.
Yes.
So since the pandemic, when attendance was a real challenge with isolation and such, how is that trend looking this year in terms compared to the last couple of years?
It is actually very concerning. At mid-year, we had 40% of our students who were chronically absent. So we'll get our updated data at this progress report, and hopefully we'll see some of that gap closing. And those absences, if they happened at the beginning of the school year, someone, for example, was out for a week with the flu, they're going to be on that chronically absent roster for the mid-year. But if they don't have any additional absences, they may not be counted as chronically absent at this point in the school year. So I'm hopeful that we will close some of that gap, but the data was very concerning at mid-year.
And it seems very foundational to everything else, obviously, because students can't learn as well as if they're not in school. So I'm just wondering, like, for our families, in terms of our efforts to communicate with them, the need to, the importance for their students to be in attendance. Are we doing a good job of that, or what are we doing, at this point to kind of address those concerns?
So I think, we are doing outreach efforts, and we can always improve on those. One of the things that we do is send home letters for the 5-week marks, and beginning at 10 weeks, per our attendance policy and regulation, we send home a letter to parents of students who are chronically absent, indicating how many absences their children have had. Our school home liaisons, our student support team, and our teachers are also asked to reach out and to communicate the impact of attendance on a regular basis. So that is happening. Then at the next 5 weeks, the letters go out. If a student has improved, a letter goes out thanking them for their improvement and acknowledging that improvement. Or if they continue to be chronically absent, delineating what's happening. For our students who are chronically absent, we are able to put, for some of them, in place a very specific attendance support plan, and that's usually overseen by members of our student support team at each building to address that absence, working very closely with the families to overcome whatever the barrier might be to school attendance. For some, it's illness. For some, it's transportation. For some, it's family challenges that they're facing. For others, it's school avoidance for a variety of reasons. So the intervention has to be tailored to the root cause of that absence.
And are homeschool liaisons feeling overwhelmed by, this current development, or?
Well, they certainly have never been able to tackle chronic absenteeism by themselves. It's not something that
Right.
school home liaisons alone can own. We tend to work with our teams to tier those students, and they are addressing the most intensive needs and asking other members of the school community to help and support the students who are in that Tier 2 category of chronic absenteeism. So with communication home, positive connections, mentoring, phone calls, emails, text messages, via Remind, those types of interventions and outreach, so kids know that they're missed and what they're missing when they're not at school.
In Onondaga County, they have county agencies supporting schools. Do we have that as well in Oswego County, or are those resources not available, like Access or the
So-
in-between, between CPS and us?
Right now, we don't have something that's sort of in between. Preventive services through the Department of Social Services is one avenue that we do go to. So that's a voluntary referral to preventive support services through the Department of Social Services, and we have made those referrals if the barriers are something that the family has goals to address and work through. Again, that's voluntary, and so it is also dependent on the availability of those resources.
Thanks.
At what point do we hold kids back to repeat if they have chronic absences?
It's
Like
not
if
the,
they miss a certain amount of days or whatever, because obviously they're missing a lot of content. And I guess where I'm coming from is if they're missing, pieces of, module 1, module 4, module 7, how do they go on to 8, 9, 10 if they don't have, if they're not building those foundations because they're obviously not here?
so it's a factor that gets considered in that decision, but it's not the only factor. It's typically not decided on attendance alone. So really what we look at is how those students are performing on those essential learning outcomes, if they're responding to intervention when they are in school and making progress and growth. All of those data points are considered. At the high school level, where we're talking about credit-bearing courses, it's really a matter of success in the courses and in the requirements of the courses. And it is clearly one of the biggest obstacles to course success if you're not there to learn, to interact with your classmates, to benefit from your teacher's expertise, and complete the work that leads to your mastery of those outcomes, then that's reflected in earning or not earning a credit, which means you have to eventually earn that credit in order to graduate from high school.
Are we putting some of our students into some kind of, at the secondary level, are we putting them into like a credit recovery type program? Or are we just automatically having them repeat?
So we certainly do try to do grade recovery if it's during the school year. So not credit recovery because that would be after the course would be completed, but grade recovery through the course of the school year. So if I've not been present and I've missed quarter 2 and I have not passed the requirements or met the learning outcomes for that quarter, then the high school staff is working very diligently to provide opportunities for those students to demonstrate mastery of that learning, recover some of that learning, and meet the expectations for that particular marking period. For credit recovery, that comes after the course is finished, and that would be our summer program offerings, for example, for our students at the high school level.
And would that possibly carry over into the next school year?
For
So
credit recovery?
If they were doing a credit recovery, let's say for grade 9 English, and they didn't finish it in summer school, would they go into grade 10 English normal class, but do a credit recovery for the remaining quarters
Oh, I see.
of that?
Yes, we try to do that on a very individualized basis, yes.
Do we find that some of our kids, especially with the chronic absenteeism, that their courses are building up, so per se, by their junior, senior year, they're credit recovering possibly 3 levels worth of English? I mean, it's can be very overwhelming, so I'm just trying to see what we have in place for the students. 'Cause
It's
of
one
that.
of the reasons, English is a very good example, it's one of the reasons why we're shifting the English course offerings and moving the Regents exam, right? So if you can demonstrate mastery of those ELA standards earlier in your high school career, then you still need the English credits, but if it's more interest-driven courses, perhaps there will be more investment in that moving forward. But mathematics, for example, that's very difficult, as, you know, the concepts build on one another. And being present for the learning is critically important.
Mrs. Geithner,
Yes.
you had mentioned that some of the things we're waiting to see what the state's suggesting based off the data they pull on how to best move forward to improve some of these scores, but more importantly, to help the kids learn better.
Right.
Do we have our own proactive plan in place of what we're trying to see? Like, I didn't know if a priority for our district is to get our 1s to 2s, if priority 3 to 4s, if we're taking everything on at once, trying to hit on all those areas specifically. What's our plan, I guess, before that comes out?
So our plan really goes back to our strategic coherence plan. We are definitely not sitting around waiting for, you know, someone to tell us what to do next. Although we do like advice and we do like exposure to best practices and professional development that comes along with that. But we're using our strategic coherence plan. And again, literacy, our focus there. We're using that scientifically based instructional model. We're using letters. We have implemented reading and writing for success at the high school. We're using evidence-based reading intervention programs, K through 8. So really trying to be diagnostic about what students need in order to master those learning outcomes, and be very responsive in our progress monitoring. So we know which students are progressing and which students are not responding to those interventions, because we can't just continue to have them in an intervention to which they're not responding. So that's really the core of the plan. To continue with our MTSS, our multi-tiered systems of support model, to really refine and get better at those practices within our PLC meetings, where we're setting agreement on what students need to learn, where we're defining clearly how we will measure whether they have learned, and then what do we do when they haven't, and what do we do if they already have. So those practices we are continuing to focus on and get better at, and the structure that we've had in place this year has yielded some very positive growth results for our students.
And that's what I wanted to get to for the community, is that we are being proactive on this, but also that even since the previous years, we've implemented strategies, but I like the word you use of refining, because it is taking that and using it and becoming, honing it down so it does become something that's a better tool than it was even the year before. So thank you for that work.
You're welcome. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mrs. Geithner. Next part of our presentations this evening is our budget for the 23-24. We'll also be talking about the operations and finance report. Ms. DiBiase is going to be presenting this evening. Dr. Lisi is dealing with some personal issues, health issues this evening. So, Ms. DiBiase, you're going to lead the way this evening, and I'll chime in with you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So tonight we're going to talk about our current financials as well as the anticipated budget for next year. And just opening up with that, like Mrs. Geithner said, the budget development process is done with our mission, our vision, our guiding principles and beliefs at the forefront of that process. So really trying to coordinate our resources to our instructional objectives, as well as our strategic coherence plan, which is available on the website for anybody who has not taken the time to read through that yet. So talking about our current financials, these are where we were at the end of February 2023. You can see that our revenues last year were about $46.1 million at this point. Current year is $47.9. Both of those represent 61% of our projections. So we're right on track year to year, very consistent. Same thing with our expenditures. Last year at this point, we had spent $43 million and just about $43 million as well at this point. What's different there is that last year that represented 57% of our budget, whereas this year that number represents 54. But generally on target and consistent year to year with both our revenues and expenditures. Next up is our cash flow projections. So we ended pretty much exactly where we thought we would at the end of February 2023. So that gray line is our actual at the close, the orange is the projected for the current year, and that blue is where we were at last year. So you can see in the gray line, there's a little smoothing of the cash flow, and that has to do with us claiming reimbursement for things on a more timely basis. So next up, I wanted to just briefly go over what our student population looks like at this point. So this is information that was taken as a snapshot in time back in October. So obviously our enrollment fluctuates a little bit as students are coming in and out of the district. But in general, we've got about 3,100 students. You can see our economically disadvantaged numbers are a little high. About 60% of our students are classified as economically disadvantaged. And then we also have about, I think it's 18% of our students are recognized as students with disabilities. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the students that we're serving. And then this is our staffing by school. So again, a snapshot in time, but in general, this is the number of positions that are supported by the general fund budget. And just a clarifying note, so in that previous slide, teaching staff and support staff, the difference between those two, these are basically, teaching staff would be certified individuals, which would include teachers, teaching assistants, psychologists, social workers, that sort of a thing, where support staff would be non-instructional, non-certified individuals. So that would be like our clerical personnel, teacher aides, that sort of a thing.
Are there any questions? We're rolling pretty quick there. Just
Oh,
wanna
I'm
make sure.
sorry,
Any
I'll slow down.
questions? Okay, thank you.
So before we start talking about the actual dollar value projections for next year, I did want to point out this is our current budget development calendar. And we have slated on April 26th to adopt the budget and the property tax report card. I did want to note that New York State's deadline for the property tax report card is actually April 24th. So if we would like to ensure that we meet that deadline, we may want to consider holding a special meeting to be able to get those approved on a timely basis.
Right, and April 11th is really too early to do that.
Correct. So we are at this point in the budget development process. We have the governor's numbers, but we're still waiting on the final New York State budget. And because of our reliance on state aid to fund our general fund budget, we're pretty much in a holding pattern. Until that comes out and we have some time to analyze it. So April 11th is just a little too close to the release of that information to have a final adoption.
Didn't we change, why did we move the regular board meeting to the 26th? To remind me, I just don't remember.
Because we're required to have all of the school districts vote on the same night for the
City.
City board, BOCES meeting. So
Budget.
all of the school districts have to have a meeting on the 26th. Last year, we did a short meeting and a long meeting. We actually did do 2 meetings, I believe, last year, if my memory is serving me correctly.
Yes.
We had one very quick, do the city BOCES budget. It took us a very short meeting. And I think it was a week before, or half a week before, we had our normal scheduled meeting. So right now, we're scheduled on the 26th, but we may want to schedule a short meeting just to accept this, so we're in compliance with New York State.
So do you have a date that you might suggest for us to look at our calendars?
So the Monday of that week is the deadline, is the April 24th. So the Tuesday prior, if we wanted to remain on that regular Tuesday schedule. Yep.
Right, so the 18th would have been our, let's see here, 1, 2, 3. So the 18th would be the recommendation if we wanted to
The
stick to our
18th?
Tuesdays.
Okay.
And if you remember our calendar,
Yes.
we always put budget workshop possible. We always have on those opposite Tuesdays, opportunities possibly. So that may be the suggestion for one of our very short meetings, just to come together in a special meeting to do that. So April 18th is what we're exploring.
I can do that, but I won't be here the 26th.
Just going to take me a minute. Mr. Connors, the 18th?
Yeah, if I have anything, I'll cancel it, so no
Okay.
worries.
Does it have to be a Tuesday?
No, we've just had traditionally tried to stick to Tuesdays as a board. That was a discussion we've had in the past. But again, if there's
The
something
26th is a
else that doesn't work, to have a majority, or quorum, rather.
So so the 18th, what if we just went into on the 17th. Is that possible?
17th is the manufacturing and our site-based team.
Oh,
meeting
that's right.
at
Okay,
5
so
o'clock.
that's not going to work.
No.
So,
What about that Wednesday, the 19th? Is that good?
I like that better.
I can do
That works
Wednesday,
for
the
me better.
19th. I
Yeah,
don't know
I'm-
if that works for anybody
We
else.
will make whatever work on our end.
Oh,
It is Bodley's Got Talent, but I mean,
Right.
that's our talent show down here
Well,
at
we could
6:30.
go
Our
see
brief-
it.
I was
Our
gonna say, we
meeting
could
is
have
very
it
short.
before
Again,
and then go after.
We're probably projecting no more than 10 minutes.
Oh.
This is a very
Right.
short.
So, whatever day works for you, I can do any day that week, pretty much.
10 minutes? I can do anything for 10 minutes.
Yeah, we do have
So,
policy meeting on the 19th.
let me
It's
ask
not on my
again, is there a
calendar.
reason we can't do it on the what is,
On the 18th is,
18th?
yeah.
Well, I'm good with the 18th.
That's fine.
it's going to be very short. It'll just be,
Is it going to start at 6:30?
again, that could be flexible.
Yeah, we can be,
We could be earlier if we need to. It's just for, we could do 6.
Kids just have games.
Do you want
Or-
to do
The earlier the better for me, but I know you guys have obligations after school and stuff.
I can
too,
do
but-
anything after 4.
okay, so we're back to what day?
18th.
For
We're
the
back to
On the
18th.
18th,
All right,
and it'll just be to address,
Yep, to adopt the budget and the property tax report card.
all right. So in the spirit of seeing if we can cooperate, I have anything after 4. Mr. Crandall? I'm good at midnight. Mr. Cordone, I know you have a,
I am not.
Let me look.
Good afternoon.
yeah,
I'm good on the 18th, but not too early.
okay.
Just 1 second.
Well, if you can give me your earliest, that's a good starting
Um,
point.
Probably 4:30.
4:30, okay. Ms. Pepperlouder said anything?
And if I have to be late, that's fine.
4:30?
4:30?
And Mr. Connors, 4:30, you'll make it work?
Yeah, I can make that work.
Okay, so how about 4:30 on the 18th?
Okay,
Uh,
that sounds perfect.
yes, we can make that work. I think one of the things we have to remind ourselves is, just as I'm thinking about this, because it's the ratification of our budget, we're talking about, we have a break next week, and then hopefully the governor's numbers will be coming in on time, or the state's numbers will be coming on time as anticipated. April 1st is when we normally start to
Well,
see
April
that. That's
18th is
Saturday.
tax day.
Tax day on the 18th, right? But the question I would have is, obviously, in the discussion this evening, obviously really digesting what's in there, and if there are questions or concerns around that piece, I think we've got to be able to come back on the 11th and really dig into those pieces. So if there's things or questions that come up over the next 2 weeks, I think we can be more than ready to roll on the 18th, but that meeting on the 11th is really got to be concentrated on the budget, tightening up. Hopefully those budget numbers come in exactly where we expect. Last year, if you remember, we came in 256,000 higher than we anticipated, so that would be a great thing to happen again. Not anticipating that, I think the governor's numbers and the executive proposal were very solid for the first time. I'm not anticipating really any adjustments in the revenue unless there's some adjustments in the formula. That's what happened last year.
Okay, so, but we are good for April 18th,
Yep.
4:30.
At
Okay.
4:30 p.m.
I just
And
wanna-
Mrs. Griffin, just for a personal question, because this is going to be my first year with the budget,
Mhm.
do we have information to go over for that already, like Brian was alluding to, or?
So this evening, you're getting the latest of where we're at, any additions that we've had in this budget. So we'll go through it, and then we'll see if there's questions generated this evening. I think as we go through, I'll point out some things as Ms. DiBiase is going through, that just to draw some attention to make sure that there's no questions or questions that you want us to address prior to the next meeting.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, I just wanted to point out that our budget vote will be scheduled for May 16th. As well, if we need to, the revote date is scheduled for June 20th of 2023.
And we would come together on the 17th to ratify, or we come together 24 hours later.
Correct. Okay. So I have here, just for those at home, some general terms that we use when we talk about the budget. The budget proposal is really only our general fund, so it won't include grants. It won't include capital project spending. The tax levy limit is often referred to as the tax cap. That is the maximum amount that we can increase the levy with a simple majority vote. It can be exceeded, but it requires 60% voter approval. The tax levy is just the dollar value of the taxes in total that we'll be collecting, whereas the tax rate is the amount paid per each $1,000 of assessed value of property. So before we start talking about numbers, I did just want to talk about the process that we went through this year. It has been a little different than what we've done in the past. So to start, we actually looked at 5 years worth of expenditures and rated non-COVID years with a higher weight, since those expenditures really were abnormal for us as a district. We also reviewed which budget areas have required a lot of transfers in the past. So looking at where our expectations were not actually where we landed and trying to realign that at the start of the budget process rather than in the fiscal year where we're spending it. All payroll items, we started at 0 and added in each individual employed by the district as we went to make sure that everybody was accounted for. We also met with building and department heads to discuss their student and building needs to make sure that there was an opportunity for input. As well, we met with the budget committee to talk about community input as well. And there are a few items in this budget that I did want to highlight. So New York State gives us a listing of categories and account codes so that all school districts are sort of categorizing their expenditures the same way. This budget proposal includes a little bit of reallocation. So, for example, our English language learners budget, in the past, that had been accounted for in our regular education budget. There is a code specifically for that, so what we've done for 23-24 is pull that out so that we're more aligned with how New York State wants us to sort of account for those expenses, but they are not new expenses. So some of the dollar value increases in the areas that we're going to talk about are not necessarily new spending, but rather realigning those expenditures to where New York State says they should go. So some of the things that are included in this budget proposal, first and foremost, continued support for all existing programs in the district, as well as additional funding for another physical education teacher, a music teacher, 2 behavior specialists, some increased investments in security, classroom materials, and summer programming.
So just to draw attention, APE is adaptive physical education. That's directly associated with students' individual educational plans. So we're talking about students with disabilities. Based on the IEPs and based on the feedback and dialogue with our director of special education along with the principals, the discussion was we needed to add this position. So we do have, so it's driven by their IEPs. So that's where that's driven by. As far as the music teacher, and Ms. Gatner, you're welcome to chime in, but this will help us more with the flexibility that we need to do across our scheduling. We have a lot of shared teachers, things and like. So everything comes around. Obviously, as we say, we're always looking and analyzing. This decision was made. We had a good conversation with our principals. I don't know if you could add to that, Ms. Gatner?
Yeah, so as we looked at the shared staff, particularly our music teachers at the elementary, we have teachers who are covering 3 buildings, dividing general music as well as ensemble and performing group responsibilities. And it's resulting in very restricted schedules, not just for music, but for everything else that comes contingent to music. And so with the addition of this, we're hoping to be able to more appropriately accommodate all of our instructional minutes in a day, ensure that music instruction is more equitably shared across the buildings, and then also hopefully open up additional opportunities. One significant factor is the addition of full-day UPK, which we have to provide special area programming for. So we will be coming back to you and talking about expanding to a 3rd full-day class potentially for next year, and so that even shifts that balance of needed sections further in that direction of needing an additional person.
Thank you. And our behavior specialist, we started a behavioral specialist position, I want to say it was in late November into December. Piloted that into January. So we were discussing it in December and we got rolling with it in January. But the impact and the feedback has been extremely positive, and that's really digging down, working specifically and developing plans specific to individualized students. what we're going to couple this with is also looking at how we can add support in the implementation of those plans in the form of teaching assistants trained a certain way. So we're still working through that piece. Looks like we could possibly put that on a grant, possibly. So we're working on that. But this goes back to the discussion earlier around chronic absenteeism, other kinds of things, delays. We've seen developmental delays. We're seeing kids with some really complex types of issues coming forward that we saw before, but we see some magnified things. And this type of position helps us to really work with our staff, support our teams in the schools, and then generate plans that can be implemented and then monitored. And hopefully we'll see some of our kids really responding even more efficiently and effectively. Anything you'd add to that, Ms. Gagner? No. Okay. Guess that one fell in my wheelhouse a little bit. Those are the areas I just wanted to talk a little bit about. And then obviously the classroom materials, the summer programming, security, those are always things we're constantly looking at, so we always build in a little bit extra. Though the safety team meets on a monthly basis, they've been looking at some different kinds of things, so we built that in as well. So we have some, and you already, and if earlier this evening I talked about even in our capital project, talking about security types of things as well. So constantly looking at that in the world that we live in, obviously that's a priority. Ms. DiBiase.
Thank you.
A quick question before we go on.
Sure.
Brian or Jerry, I'm not sure which one of you would be better to answer this, but I'm not sure when we track with data, do we have some sort of idea if necessarily there's a position we have that maybe is less needed than a position we need that we don't have? Are those things factored in when making these decisions? Like, could we use another area that we're lacking in, but we don't have the funds necessarily, but we have some other areas where we're putting in funds that we're not seeing the return on investment? So would it be worth putting it in a separate area to solve some of these issues versus putting it somewhere where we don't need it? Because I realize it said it factored in all positions we already had, and I just didn't know if those were taken into account.
Yes, so we are looking at, while the positions all rolled forward, how we utilize that staff may look differently. So we have actually collected data throughout the year on the positions that we created using our ARP funds that have now been rolled into the general fund budget, and we'll analyze whether we continue utilizing that staff in their current capacity or if changes need to be made to reallocate those human resources to other purposes within the budget.
Okay, so it's more on the lines that we hold the personnel, but we reshift to where we can see the most efficacy for those people in certain positions?
Correct, and also student need. So one of the things we need to look at is, are there differences in the number of students who need intensive level interventions from one building or grade level to another, and how do we allocate appropriate resources so there's equitable access to those services across the district?
Okay, thank you, that helps out a lot.
And, yeah, if you want to go on to that next slide, this may answer or help with that conversation.
Yep, so talking about the federal grants that we received for COVID stimulus, just a reminder, there were 3 rounds. The first round was the CARES Act funding that was done with this year. The next round is the Carissa grant, which will be ending September 30th of 2023, so right as we start our next school year. And then the third is the ARP, which will expire in September 30th of 2024, so we have 1 more year of that grant. So for the Carissa grant, there were several salaries and new positions that were budgeted for with that grant. And currently in the proposed 23-24 budget, all of those positions are maintained. I know Superintendent Polvino has been working diligently to make sure that we have sustainability built into the budget to be able to do that and move forward without impacting student services. So currently, all 21 positions previously funded by that grant are included in this proposal, and that includes 5 reading interventionists, 2 humanities instructional specialists, 2 STEM instructional specialists, 1 electives instructional specialist, 1 math interventionist, 3 instructional coaches, a district intervention team coordinator, 3 teaching assistants, 2 English language learners teachers, and 1 success coach. So when we get to the numbers in the next slide here, all of those positions are included within that.
Right, and this is where we've talked about the fiscal cliff, that we're not sure what 24, 25, 25, 26 will bring as far as the funding formula. Obviously, we've had some nice increases the last 2 years. It's nice to be fully funded. It's allowing us to really keep the supports and drive these supports to our kids and to our schools on an ongoing basis. But come next year at this time, you know, we've been taking a look at all of these positions, and as Ms. Geithner talked about, making any adjustments, we're not getting the return on investment would be the term that I would use. When your question, Mr. Connors, it kind of goes along with that. But I think each one of these positions, and all of our positions within the system, we look at every single year. But these is where I would call, these were coming in with a grant. So what we have to do is, just like with our capital project, when I talked about priorities of the priorities, same thing will happen here. We'll look, and you know, obviously in the best laid opportunity next year, everything will be able to carry over and will be great because the funding will be exactly where you want it to be. We don't know that, and obviously the state is also running on the same kind of projections with federal funds and things like that. The governor has been very good last year and this year to see our funding. But again, in anticipation, our budget right now carries these positions. Our fund balances are healthy, healthy plus. And so I think those are all good things going into this situation. But I think what we have to do is we constantly have to be looking forward and listening and looking at what the state is talking about and what they're predicting over the next 2 to 3 years. So these positions, while rolled over, obviously will be continued to be examined. Are we getting the return on investment as we move forward?
But if I understand right, it was really zero-based budgeting because you looked at every position.
Correct.
So it really was a zero-based budgeting. We have this position, and do we need it?
Yeah, we do
Correct.
that every year.
Right.
And
So,
based on
I mean,
feedback, and we're
'cause
also-
not everyone is familiar with some of the newer terminology, so hearing zero-based budgeting will allow for some people to have some better understanding of what
And
we're
we
doing.
had talked about when we originally got all these positions, obviously we felt good about a 2-year commitment to these positions.
Yes.
So this is year 2 that we're going into. It's hard to get a read in, 6 months, 7 months of a school year, exactly what the impacts are. But we should get a pretty good feel for where we're at 1 year from now. We should have a very good idea of the impact and saying, okay, what's our fiscal situation, and then what are we going to drive forward? But as Ms. DiBiase said, our commitment, and it started as soon as all these funds started coming out, and has been, since I've been here, you know, I can only speak to that time, is really that commitment to sustainability and capacity. What you don't want is, this year we have this, next year we have this, then you don't want to have that. You want to be able to predict out around 3 years. And until they have a formula that tells us 3 years from now, here's what our foundation money is going to be, that's the piece that we really need. And I'm hoping the new formula allows us to do a little bit more projection.
I'm listening to conversations and being part of conversations with teachers within the district. And one of the biggest struggles daily that I'm hearing is they're having a really hard time getting through their content and, you know, teaching what they should be teaching throughout the day because they need help in their classroom. We have a lot of behavior problems and things like that, which we're working on. And but it's sort of concerning when I look at this, and maybe I'm missing something, that there's 3 teaching assistants, which is great. I think that's what I'm hearing these teachers say that they need more of, is help in the classroom, and have these teaching assistants there. And there's 5 interdisciplinary instructional specialists. Instructional coaches, there's 3 of those, so there's like 9 positions that we could be, I'm not saying that we don't need them, but it's just concerning to me that from what I'm hearing from the teachers throughout the district is they need help, and we're focusing more on teachers learning to teach. Does that make sense? And being better teachers, which of course is important. But in the time frame of now, what do our kids need now? I'm just concerned to see that there's just 3 assistants on there.
I think what would also help is if we knew what the actual instructional coach is doing during the day. Because I know this has come up, like, are they pushing into the classrooms, or are they in pointless meetings? Or, you know, what exactly are they doing? I don't know, would that make you, like, that would make me feel better as a parent, knowing what,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
we
what
can,
these
The impact.
guys are doing.
Good
Yeah,
for them.
exactly. And I know we've kind of touched on it,
Mhm.
you know, but.
The
We can
return on
certainly-
investment, like,
yeah.
reference.
We can
That's the
certainly
quote,
come back
right?
and share more specifically, but the general rule of thumb is for our coaches, 80% of their time is supposed to be directly in service to teachers, either providing professional development in a classroom, in a coaching cycle, debriefing meetings, directly supporting teachers. So 80% of their time. We try to really keep them out of meetings as much as possible, but we can come back with some more specific information. And our coaching survey, which went out to our leadership team, our teachers, and our coaches, 3 separate surveys, that was supposed to wrap up on Friday. We're giving a little bit of extra time because we want some more people to participate, so we'll be able to share the outcomes of that as well.
So how do you track that they are spending 80% of their time doing this stuff? Like, do they log it?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes.
Did you, I want to make sure I heard you because sometimes I don't hear correctly. The coaches, 80% is in service to teachers? Okay, so, okay.
Which could include being in a classroom, modeling and co-teaching a lesson with a teacher.
So I have a quick question. If the aides are supposed to help the teachers, but the students are kind of causing more of the behavioral problems, are the students getting the support that they need to be able to go out like throughout their days if there's like a class without an aide? Like, do they have that support to be able to focus and pay attention in class if there isn't one?
So if we're talking about students who have specifically assigned one-to-one aides, that determination of the level of support that they get is determined by the Committee on Special Education. So it would be very carefully delineated within their individual education plan. And some students need additional support in specific areas that might be connected to the disability that they have. So a student might need a lot more support in an English class, for example, than they do in a science class or in a hands-on learning environment, like a technology class. So it really depends on the individual student. At the elementary level, similarly, students who have aides who are assigned to specifically support them, it's determined based on their individual education plan and where they need the most support. Classroom aides are assigned by the building principals based on the needs, and very often at the elementary level, for example, we would put those classroom aides in the early primary grades for specific types of time, like when centers are happening and more adult hands are needed to support that. Those same aides also cover lunches and supervision, so it's kind of a puzzle to put together of where that support goes during the school day. But the priority is the student needs per their IEP if it's a student with a one-on-one aide, and then if it's a building level aide, it's based on the needs of the building overall.
Have we seen an increase in IEPs in the last couple years?
I don't believe so. Actually, we've been relatively flat with our special education. I was trying to find the slide just now. It's, oh, there it is right there. So right now, we have 567 students with a disability. I believe since I've been here, we were actually up in the 590s one year, because I remember we were broaching 600 a couple of years ago. So we're at 567 currently. So right now, we've been relatively flat in that area.
What has changed is the complexity of those IEPs.
That's what I was going to say. You have more complex kids. So you've got some more kids perhaps in special classes. Those classes, they've got kids that are coming in with more complex needs. We've got a few more kids that go to BOCES. We tend to keep our own kids here in Fulton in our programs, but the complexity of the needs. So we've got a lot of one-on-ones. That number's not on here. but that number is probably increased. That would be a number I wrote down, actually, check number of one-on-ones, actually, so.
And
normally-
isn't that true about, with regard to our general population of students, that we have some students that with more complex
Yeah, and I
needs
mentioned
in
that.
the general population?
Yeah, earlier this evening, I mentioned the complexity of the kids right now and the challenges that they're bringing to the table for a variety of different reasons. You know, and if you recall our data that we shared with our mid-year data, our progress data, you could see how our kindergartners and first bounced nicely up, significant, but it shows where they started. And so that's where we're challenged with, is a range of kids with a range of experiences, with a range of needs. And is that range broader than it was 3 to 4 years ago? I would answer that yes. So that complexity is now presented themselves in our classrooms, and that's where, you know, obviously our teachers are doing an outstanding job addressing those, and then all of our support teams. I mentioned the 2 behavioral specialists on board. That's an area, that's one of the reasons where that's coming from, is to help and support and develop plans and support classroom teachers and schools and students individually.
It seems like it's not so much the students with disability population. From my experience, professionally, it seems that it's a function of the pandemic. And it's the social emotional needs, it's the behavioral needs of our students have changed. And I'm assuming that that's probably what everyone's experiencing. But I don't know how the budget can get to that, you know what I mean, to those needs specifically, beyond what you're recommending. You know, I think we offer a lot of supports for our students. And, you know, and I respect the challenges that, you know, are there.
I think that one of the things to keep in mind too is that we have a number of grants that also fund additional supports that are not delineated here in this budget because they're separate from that. So additional teaching assistants, for example, are in some of our grant-funded programs that would be able to support those needs. And we try to realign that in the same way each year as we submit those grants.
I think part of the concern is not necessarily the money, the financial aspect of it, but the fact that we have, how many TAs do we have that are designated one-on-ones? Because it looked like when we had the slide of the staff, it looked like we had just over about half of, yes, we have 411 teaching staff, we have 247 support staff. So it's obviously not every teacher needs or has a TA, but how many of those TAs are just one-on-one, and how are they helping support the classroom teacher?
And I guess, excuse me before we answer that one, it would help me a little bit, Mrs. Geithner. Can you clarify the difference between a classroom aide and a teacher's assistant? And
Yes.
then there's an individual one-on-one. So I just want to clarify those terms so we're all talking from the same background, because
So-
I'm not 100% sure.
So our certified teaching assistants are counted in the teaching line. So that, no, Danielle, if you could go back to the chart, please. In that 411, you have teaching assistants. They're counted in the teaching line because they are certificated staff members. In the support staff is where you're going to find teacher aides. They are not certificated. And so the difference is teacher assistant is certificated, and they can help support instruction under the supervision of a teacher. A teacher aide provides general classroom support and proximity supervision. They are not, while they help support instruction, they cannot deliver instruction.
And Mrs. Geithner,
Yes.
I'm assuming currently there's a limit on how many students can be under one individual person. Does a teacher assistant come into play, I take in every scenario where there might be more than one person can handle?
So in our self-contained classrooms, for example, the ratio is determined by the regulation and by the designation of the program. So in a 12-1-1 program, it's 12 students, 1 teacher, and 1 teaching assistant.
I guess what I'm getting to is currently we have no teachers under us that have an exceeding limit of students than they should have. Like, there's no one over that line where they need the help that aren't getting it, correct?
Are you talking about classroom size?
Yes, I guess I'm saying, so we have no teachers currently in the district that are given, so say the limit were 24, we have no one with 25.
There is a contractual guideline in our teacher's contract for the number of students. There are regulatory limits in special ed for those designations, but there's no hard and fast rule on the number of students. 25 is our target. That's the contractual target and goal in our current teacher's contract, and we definitely try to keep at or definitely under that whenever possible.
Okay.
But again, building aides are not assigned to an individual student. So going back to aides who just provide, not just, significant job, I never want to say just, who provide in support for students and supervision and support for instruction within the classroom, those are assigned based on the needs of the building. So the principal may say, I want to make sure during kindergarten centers, every kindergarten classroom has an extra set of hands. So that's where an aide would be assigned, for example. A lot of our models right now are also assigning specialists, and this is particular to the elementary level. So during a literacy time, your special education teacher who is supporting that grade level, the buildings also have teaching assistants who are not special education teaching assistants, but they can be used as needed to support specific classrooms or instructional periods or intervention groups. They might do an all hands on deck approach, for example. So the literacy block in first grade might have every available adult assigned at that time, so we can do instruction in smaller groups and do interventions that are more prescriptive to the needs of the students. And that's really our goal. Like, how do we get there to make sure that every grade level has the number of adults they need to support at any given time during the instructional day? If that makes sense.
On that last slide, can you just identify support staff, that line?
Mhm.
Who does that all include?
So that includes teacher aides, clerical staff, nurses, IT technicians, and then any other non-certified staff members. So anybody who doesn't hold a teaching certificate or is not reported to the New York State Teachers Retirement System would be in that support staff category. And custodial as well, so they would be sort of the same category. I pulled them out just to show what our operations and maintenance department, what their spread across the buildings is.
Thank you.
All right. So, talking about some numbers. This year, I have the same numbers presented a couple of different ways to give you a little information about how the budget is broken down. So, here we have spending categories, Board of Education, Superintendent, Finance, Personnel, O&M, Central Services, and then there's a special items category, which the vast majority of that is our BOCES admin fee. So for 23-24, we have projected $9.9 million, which is an increase of about $495,000 from the year prior. I did want to talk about a couple of the areas here that have more significant changes. So the superintendent's office, that increase there is due to the administrative reorganization. So there are certain positions like the deputy superintendent position, which is now under that category to realign according to that reorganization.
So in this year's budget, it wasn't in that line.
Correct. We've had some retirements in the finance office that are, it's really not a loss of position or anything like that. It's just some breakage that we're seeing there. And then our operations and maintenance department, that increase is of $248,000. Is really largely due to an escalation of costs that we're seeing. We're still experiencing supply chain issues. We're having a hard time getting items, and they're much more expensive than they used to be. In particular, we're projecting that our heating and fuel costs, they're projected to increase quite significantly, and that's the bulk of that increase. And then as well, as I mentioned, those special items, the vast majority of that, $2.1 million, is our BOCES admin fee, and that's also where we're seeing our highest increase. For the instructional portion of the budget, we have about $3.1 million for administration and improvement, $27.3 million for regular education, $10.9 million for special education, $323,000 for our English language learning, 2.3, a little under, for occupational, summer, and continuing education teaching. We have about $137,000 for co-curricular activities and just under $800,000 for athletics. So altogether, $45 million in the instructional budget. That's an increase of $4.4 million from 22-23. And I would like to point out that the ELL budget as well, that's not an increase in actual cost or spending, it's just reallocating that to its proper category. So in here, we've got a $2.8 almost million increase for regular education. The vast majority of these increases are due to increased contractual costs, additional supplies and materials for the teaching activities of the district, as well as the roll-in of those positions that we talked about earlier. So really just that continued commitment. I would also like to point out that the $4.4 million increase in the instructional budget is just under what we received as an increase for foundation aid. So the vast majority of that foundation aid at this point is really supporting the instructional budget. For transportation and miscellaneous other items, pupil transportation we have at $5.1 million. It's about a $350,000 increase. Our employee benefits are projected slightly lower at $18.5 million, so that's a decrease of about $400,000 from the year prior. And I know we talked about it previously, but last year we ended up, the largest portion of our surplus was really due to our health insurance costs coming in lower than we anticipated. And right now, the projections are on track that we're going to end up roughly similar. You know, not quite as low as the year prior. That was a bit of an anomaly, but because of that, we've adjusted those projections down. Our debt service, that's paying our bonds and bands, which currently we're only for capital construction projects. So those are set schedules that we get for 20 years out, and those payments are kind of fixed. We do have $200,000 for interfund transfers. I actually have a slide to talk about that a little further, but there's two transfers in there. One for our special aid ESY program, which sits in the federal fund with our grants.
It's extended school year.
Yep. And then one for a capital outlay project, and I will talk about that a little bit further. So total for this budget area, $29.1 million, which is a very small increase of about $100,000. Altogether, we're talking about $84,155,000 for the general fund budget, which is an increase of $5,026,000, and that represents about a 6.35% increase from the year prior. So those, what we just talked about is by the expense area. This is really more, in a general sense, salaries, benefits, what sorts of things within those areas are we spending on. So as you can see in the pie chart, this just takes all of those numbers and puts them into something that's a little more digestible. So 47% of our total budget is for salaries, and 22% are for employee benefits. Behind that, we've got our BOCES services, and the next highest category is our contractual, which is about 10%. So, you know, this really shows that what we're spending on are our human resources. They represent the largest portion of our budget here. So for salaries, we've got about a $3.3 million increase from the year prior at $39.1 million. Equipment actually has a decrease about $89,000 for $337,000 total. Contractual is approximately 8.4 million. That has a $350,000 increase. Materials and supplies, we're sitting at about 2 million, which is a 141,000 increase roughly. Our BOCES services is 10.1 million, which is a $1.5 million increase. We are seeing, I spoke about the increase to the admin services, but we also had an increase as part of our CTE program. So they take the prior year enrollment to give us what the cost is for the next year, and we went from 85 to 115. So that was a large portion of our BOCES increase.
Right, and our number was always around 120 that we always had, but because that number dropped to 85, and that's just kids making choices. Now it's bouncing back. I don't know, we had an anomaly there, and that's what explains why there's the difference.
Debt service, again, those are our obligated payments to pay back bonds and bands. Employee benefits, same as before, 18.5 million with a $400,000 decrease. And then those interfund transfers. So, excuse me, same dollar value that we're talking about, 84 million, 155,000, but it just shows you in a different way what it is we're actually spending on.
Right, and as you've seen, the contracts that we've had to negotiate, things like that, you're seeing that the cost of doing business and the contractual areas of salaries, benefits, things like that has increased significantly. Throughout the course of COVID, the cost of doing business wasn't just resources that we were purchasing, but also our human resources have gone up exponentially in a number of the different contracts of which you're aware as we've been going through. And they're very consistent regionally. It's not atypical. It's just that's where we're at. Even the minimum wage obviously is also increased. There's a lot of different factors here that go into it. So it's not just the roll-in of the new positions, but it's also the actual contractual. If we had changed nothing, you would have seen increase just based on the contracts that are presently in place. And we're still in the process of negotiating 3 to 4 by the end of the year this year. So that's also anticipated as we have to build in the possibilities there and work within those parameters.
So those interfund transfers I mentioned, they're each $100,000. The first one is a transfer to our special aid fund, which is where our grants sit, and that is for the extended school year program that operates in July and August of every year. For this program, we receive reimbursement for 80% of the approved cost. That $100,000 represents the remaining 20% that we're obligated to pay. We've run this program consistently and have had success with it, but I just wanted to clarify that that's what that transfer is for. And then we do have a $100,000 transfer to the capital fund budgeted. This is to do a capital outlay project to address masonry and chimney repair at the education center. For this capital outlay, no debt will be issued. It's paid in cash. And then we receive the aid back on it the year after versus over many years like we would for a capital improvement project. And that work would be completed within the 23-24 school year.
And that's specifically to the masonry chimney repair at the Ed Center. So the issue there is, as you look at the building, there's the smokestack, if you will, that goes up. It's got some pretty significant issues as far as just safety. The bricks actually are starting to be they're starting to be compromised, and so it needs to be repaired. So that's why we decided a capital outlay was probably the most efficient way, and we get back reimbursement at about what, 86%.
Correct.
On that
Yeah.
100,000, and we'll have it within the same budget year.
Correct.
And that covers the cost of that project, so that's a good place to be.
Yep. So one last way to look at the budget numbers, and this is the way that will be most familiar to people at home. When the budget comes through on the budget newsletter, we split it into 3 main categories: administration, program, and capital. So the administrative component of this budget is $8.7 million. The program component is $63.2 million, and the capital component is $12.2 million, and that gets us to our $84,155,000. So the program component of our budget is about 75% of the overall budget. And I did want to show as well, one of the things we put on the budget newsletter is how much admin is compared to the total of admin plus program. So in 22-23, we were sitting at 12.16%. Under this current proposed budget for 23-24, that would be 12.14%.
And those numbers are consistent with the past?
Correct, yep. Our admin has remained relatively stable. We did see a drop from 21-22 to 22-23 as part of the administrative reorganization. So I did want to talk a little more about our tax levy because, of course, talking about the budget are all the things we're going to spend money on, and the tax levy we need to talk about for how we're going to pay for some of that. So we only determine the total value of the tax levy, not the tax rates. So the total allowable levy for this year is $22,854,161, which is an allowable increase of $808,590, or 3.67%. And I did want to highlight that because the tax rates are calculated using our levy, assessment values, and equalization rates, and that involves both the county, the city, as well as New York State. So by the time that this budget is being voted on, there won't be finalized tax rates. Those get finalized in August of every year. So talking about our tax cap and our tax levy, the white line on the screen is our actual levy that we've gone out with for the past 10 years. And the pink line is how much the tax cap was for that specific year. So over the past 10 years in total, we've increased the tax levy by about $2.7 million less than what the permissible tax cap was for those years. So you can see in those areas where the pink line is above the white line, those are where we did not go out with the tax cap value for the tax levy.
We didn't go to the maximum allowable.
Correct. So what does that mean for how we're thinking about paying for this budget? As we talked about earlier, we rely extremely heavily on our state aid as a district. It represents a little over 70% of our total budget. Fortunately, those numbers in the governor's budget have been favorable. Being fully funded has really allowed us to be able to continue the support of these educational needs. So in this proposal, we have the tax levy set at $22,045,571. That is a 0% increase. That is the current 22-23 levy. Our state aid is projected at the governor's numbers at just under $3 million. We have in the miscellaneous other category, there are some revenues that we get for rentals, things like that. That total about $1.4 million. And one of the things that we're required to do under New York State law is make sure that the budget is balanced. So we can't project a deficit or a surplus. And under this current budget, we did have a gap of about $373,000, which we are proposing to fill with appropriated fund balance. So altogether, we would have $84,155,000 in projected revenues. We would have our balanced budget with a 0% tax increase.
So there's pros and cons. Obviously, when you're not going and adding to the tax base, obviously, as Danielle indicated, so over that 10-year span, there was $2.7 million that we've left there. We also need to be fiscally responsible to our community. And, I believe this budget provides that opportunity. As Ms. DiBiase indicated, our benefits right now, our health benefits in particular, are running about 13% over where we want to be, but they're also projected under what we budgeted. So we're in good shape right now with those areas, and each of our fund areas are strong. So because we're underspending the budget right now by a little bit, plus coupled with it for using $373,000, normally those of you that have worked with me over a number of years, I don't like using much of the fund balance, but we had worked for many years. We were way behind a number of years ago. We were actually in moderate fiscal stress as a district. Now we're not on those. We're seen as where we need to be, as many districts now. The coffers are in a different place. But I think also, we're also thinking forward. And so, making sure that we're prepared for anything that might be thrown at us 2 or 3 years from now, not knowing. So this allows us, using a bit of the appropriate fund balance, to develop a balanced budget. It also allows us to, as we move forward, obviously, we're always looking to be efficient and effective and looking at never overspending the budget that you set. Any questions at this point? There's a few more slides to
Well,
go
unless
through.
we're given money to overspend with, and then you can adjust. If we were given money.
Right.
Once we had to do that, remember?
That's right.
One
Oh, yeah,
time.
1 year we had to,
Yes.
we had to,
So
Negative
I won't
tax
say
cap.
it's never happens, but
That's
it's,
correct.
it's because
I have
money
a
comes in you
question.
didn't plan for,
Sure.
and it's usually
What was last
specified.
year's budget? 79
Mr.
million,
Crandall.
right?
correct.
And this year's budget's gonna be 84 million, right?
Mhm.
What happened to, I remember, I thought last fall, our very first meeting of the year, that we were projecting our budgets for the next, I thought it was 5 years. And it was like, gonna go from 79 million last year to 81 million this year, 83 million next year.
Mhm.
Why is it way more than double that $2 million?
You want to speak to that?
Sure.
Okay.
So those projections that we went over earlier in the budget development process were really a bird's eye view, initial sort of dart on a dartboard. A lot of things have changed since then, including, as Mr. Polino talked about, the increased cost of doing business. In those initial projections at the beginning of the year, we were talking about hopefully seeing those costs go down or at least stabilize to where they were previously before COVID. We're not seeing that happen, unfortunately, and we're dealing with inflation that is increasing our cost of doing business as well, as far as purchasing materials and supplies.
So the other piece, I think, might answer your question, Tim. I think what you're asking, let me just, I think, is that our state aid numbers have come in significantly higher.
Correct.
So in the past, we used to bring in, on average, about 1.2 million. We get about 600,000 to 800,000 in the initial, executive budget, and then we have all those meetings with state ed, back and forth with the governors, so on and so forth. You'd come in around 1.2 million. And this year, with the new, you got to remember that we are now fully funded. So the number and if you could speak to this, Danielle, because normally I have this memorized, but I don't have it for some reason, is normally, as I said, we were cutting around 1.2. What was our increase in our foundation aid last year and this year?
Last year, I believe it was just over 4 million. This year, it was 4.9.
Yeah. So take the 79 and change that we're in right now, and you add that increase of I believe 4.7. We can lock that in. That brings you, because we didn't add anything to the tax levy, right? That brought us up to the 84,155. So it's our foundation money, for the first time, we were fully funded. You got to remember, we were at around, was it 90%? I believe we ended the year, last year. We got 5% in change. We got the rest of it this year. So now, instead of having, so this is why I keep talking about, I don't know what next year brings. We knew that this has brought us up. It's never going to go backwards from here. The question, Tim, will be, is it going to be 3%, 4%? There's a lot of discussion down the road. Are schools that are at fully funded going to get 3%? Is that what the formula is going to show? We don't know. That's the anticipation. But this, to me, the numbers were driven, the increase that you're talking about, that we were projecting, we were going on our normal 2 million, 1.5 to 2 million kind of piece. This increase is essentially all based on the increase in state aid we had, with no increase in tax levies, 0% for taxpayers.
And that increase is why we were able to move some of
All those positions
those
over.
positions into our regular budget.
Correct.
Correct. And one other thing I would just say is that we're seeing inflation sitting at a little over 8%. We're talking about a 6.35% increase in the overall budget. So with all of that, we're still increasing the budget at a rate less than the inflation that we're seeing. So we're doing well and consistent with making sure that those costs are watched and maintained at an appropriate level.
Right, and those other pieces, we also, it's hard, we can't put it in our savings accounts. you know, the extra, because there are certain limits that we have in New York State, unfortunately, that haven't changed from the 4%. Whereas I'm not sure what happened in New York State, but they wanted a 15. I'm not sure if they got what they asked for, I don't know. But the bottom line is, I think this is based on what we got increases state aid flat. That's what this is based on. So there's no, and then we obviously, we added the 373 in from our appropriated fund balance. Well, as I mentioned, we've been right at our coffers, as most school districts are at this point in time. Because of COVID kind of threw things out of whack a little bit with that. It's a great question, because it can get confusing why all of a sudden, for the first time, we were actually funded the way we should have been funded for a long time. And that's unfortunate that it's taken that long for us and small cities across the state in particular that were underfunded. So, it's a great question. Danielle?
So some of the things that are going to be included at the annual vote that are not a portion of the general fund budget, these are separate propositions. The first is a proposition for vehicle purchase. So 3 vehicles total, 1 minibus with wheelchair access, 2 7-passenger vans, not to exceed $240,000. And I would note that these are non-electric bus purchases. At this point, our district does not have the capacity to be able to utilize an electric bus. There's some infrastructure that would need to be put in to make that an option for us.
Right, we've been attending a lot of meetings at the state level, anytime we can try to gather information. And really, one of the biggest questions right now is around the power grid. You know, and, you know, a lot of discussion about why are individual districts looking into that. That's really regional power grids that need to be looked at. So we've been advocating, small cities had a meeting recently around this topic with some experts. So we're right now trying to get a lay of the land about how the infrastructure is going to be in place, because a lot of those answers need to be put in place before school districts can then make the commitment to $300,000 and $400,000 buses, and then all of the other pieces that go with changing over your fleets.
So if we have this pass where we're able to get these 3 buses, when and if we go and have to switch over to electric buses, will we still be able to use buses that were purchased previously until their time runs out?
Yep, so under the current plan, we would just not be able to buy more diesel buses. There is a cutoff point at which we would need to be all electric. What I would say is that the general conversation around this electric mandate is that, as Mr. Polvino said, it's not feasible at this point. And I believe the state has received that feedback and is, taking that into consideration.
So that's good for the community to know, because that might be something they would be thinking, I don't want to support this if we can't use them. So it's good for us to let them know.
Right, I believe
that.
it's 2035.
Correct.
Is what they're talking about, fleet turnover. So we're talking
Okay.
another 12 years, and a lot of work that needs to be done. And I think as we've always approached budgeting here in Fulton, I think we always try to be as fiscally responsible as possible. And there's a lot of questions around this, and once there's clarity, that'll help us make better decisions, more informed decisions that hopefully will allow us the sustainability and capacity, if this is the direction that ultimately comes to fruition in our state, that we will be able to do this and do it well for our kids. This is all about safely transporting our kids back and forth.
And does Home Ec have a gas stove or electric stove? So we can budget that in.
You want me
Get a
to
heads
answer that
up
now?
on it.
Most of our stoves are electric, but
We're already in good shape.
So, so this is the actual proposition language that you'll see on the ballot. It says, shall the bond resolution adopted by the Board of Education of the City School District of the City of Fulton, authorizing the purchase of 1 replacement mini school bus with wheelchair accessibility and 2 replacement 7-passenger vans, not to exceed $240,000, and the payments for that be authorized. So this is the full language that will be going out on after approval on our public notice as well. Our other propositions, we do have a proposition for a $20 million capital project. Just before this meeting, Mr. Polvino spoke to what would be included in that project. Most of the items, actually all of the items included in this $20 million project are targeted towards addressing health and safety issues as well as infrastructure improvement. So when we went through the building condition survey process, the architects identified over $40 million worth of high priority work. At this point, due to the constitutional debt limit, we can afford to do about $20 million worth of that work. So that is what is included in here, the priority of the priority.
Right, we'll provide you the PowerPoint that we did at the last meeting. Also at your seats, there's a document that looks like it's triple stapled at your desk. What that is is hot off the presses as late as this morning. It's got the scope of work for each of the sites. We reviewed that scope of work, key points during the capital improvement hearing prior to this meeting, the required one. And then further in, if you go a couple pages in, you can actually see the costs associated. I did not go over those as far as the cost by sites. I wanted the board, you haven't seen the new figures, so I wanted you to be able to go through those. We can bring that back at the April 11th meeting.
Is this still a working document?
It's always a working document. This is the scope of work.
Right. But what I'm getting at is this isn't our final document.
This is the scope of work that's prior to the priorities that's been shared as the base that we're going from.
I'm saying the dollars amount are still.
Correct. The dollars always, they kind of adjust as we go along. In the current project that we're in, pre-COVID, we had certain projects in place, and then once COVID hit, those projects actually became not feasible at the time. We made adjustments. So I think that same thing, we still went with our prioritized list that we had.
Yes.
But what we did was we said we had to move this. So that's what goes on throughout the course of the process. We're constantly looking at where are we at in the budget, how are we spending, are we under, are we over, what adjustments do we need to make, and then we go from there. And we maximize the dollars to our best of our ability.
One other thing about this proposition that I want to highlight is that the funding of this capital project would be done through the issuance of debt, so taking out bonds and bands that get paid out over a number of years. The estimated impact to the tax levy is $0. So what we do is we work with our fiscal advisors to balance the aid that we get back on previous projects with the cost of new projects so that it doesn't impact the tax levy.
Are there any questions on that? So it's zero impact. Again, I mentioned before, we've always tried to be at zero here. And once again, I think that's where we're at.
I guess quick question to understand a little better, Danielle, would be, even if we had more because we do this paid through debt, would we necessarily be able to take on more because we have that debt limit? Or because there's a certain amount we can do based off of that, correct?
Correct, and that's an excellent point. So because of our current debt limit, we really cannot take out more debt than $20 million and still be comfortably under that debt limit. So as I said, they identified $40 million of high priority work, and we're able to see $20 million of that addressed. Another thing to mention is that on the November state ballot, there will likely be a proposition to change the constitutional debt limit. And what that would do is make small city schools able to take out the same amount of debt or closer to the same amount of debt as central school districts. So currently we have a 5% debt limit, where central school districts have a 10% debt limit. And what that means is that they're really more able to address the infrastructure needs of their districts, whereas we're sort of locked into doing shorter, smaller projects on a continuous basis just to try and address everything. And as I said, we have a $20 million backlog of high priority work, and that is in part due to the restrictions of our debt limit.
And I also think that there's some thought that we could do better financially if we were able to bid, package our projects and bid. Some of the things that we do require specialized equipment to be brought into the district, and if we could do bigger projects, we would probably pay less by bringing in that equipment during one construction period, instead of they come in for this little one, then we bring them back for the next little one, and so on and so on. So there is some thought that there could be a savings to our taxpayers as our colleagues around that their non-small cities enjoy currently. So we're just looking for some equity. And again, my pitch is to get people to pay attention to the fact that if that shows up on November ballot, that we really need the support of everyone in our community, in our state, to just give small cities the same opportunity that the other districts have when it comes to capital projects.
So a brief overview of what is included in that anticipated scope. This is not every item, but some highlights for you. At Fairgraves, main entrance stair reconstruction, bathroom renovations, classroom ventilation improvements, and security improvements at the main entrance. At Granby, the pool improvements, and as Mr. Polvino talked about in our current capital project, there was work that we ended up having to cut because of the costs. So at Granby, planned is the site work that we had previously slotted in our current capital project and weren't able to get to. Some exterior wall drainage improvements, and then security improvements at the main vestibule. Lanigan Elementary, boiler feed tank and pump replacement, plumbing fixture replacements, electric panel replacement, security improvements at the main entrance vestibule. Volney is slated for some sewage pump and septic upgrades, playground improvements, electrical panel replacement, security improvements as well at the main entrance vestibule. The junior high, there's an amount of asphalt replacement and sidewalk extension that would finish up some of the site work that we had started doing in this current capital project. Exterior window replacement, and then exterior door frame and hardware replacement. And the exterior window replacement is through the entire building, so it is a large portion of that
For
scope.
those of you on the board for a while, you've known that the windows have been a problem really since day one of the building being. I mean, from the stories I've been told, there's been challenges associated with that building for a while, and windows in particular. We have windows where they leak all the way around, so we've done some of the inner windows around near the cafeteria. Those were all replaced a couple of years ago, but we need to replace the rest of the windows in the entire building.
At G. Ray Bodley, we have some parking lot reconstruction, some gym floor refinishing, as well as some bleacher upgrades to make them ADA compliant.
Yeah, and I think that's something that came from a couple of our stakeholders, taxpayers in our community around the bleachers. And the floor has never been refinished really since the get-go. We put it on, but we've never taken it down, and the bleachers were always in the way up next to the wall. So we're going to take that opportunity to refinish the floor in the whole room, and then we'll put the new bleachers in, which will have the handrails. So actually it will be ADA compliant and address some of the issues that many of our fans really will appreciate. In fact, one called me one day, she goes, "Is it in there?" And I said, "It absolutely is." And she was very appreciative. It was just a couple of weeks ago. I got a wonderful call one day.
And the caller?
Ms. Perry said, you need to take this call, Mr. Polvino, and I did. And that made my day that day. So it was nice to hear her appreciative that was in.
We also have some bathroom renovations, auditorium lighting and sound improvements, and security improvements at the main entrance as well at the high school. Over at the athletic complex, we have a fiber optic service upgrade, some new dugouts, site drainage improvements for the baseball and softball fields, as well as some bleacher structural improvements. Over at the education center, planned scope is masonry reconstruction, steam condensate receiver tank replacement, and elevator replacement. So this proposed capital improvement project really does touch on every building in use by the district and attempts to address, again, those high priority needs. So this is the full proposition that will show up on the ballot that goes over a summary of the scope of work, not quite as in much detail, not to exceed $20 million to be paid through the issuance of bonds and other revenues available to the district. And again, the wording of the proposition does authorize a levy of a tax to pay on those obligations. However, through planning with our fiscal advisors, the estimated impact to that levy would be $0.
And there is also a reminder just on the ARP. We do have $1 million set aside for HVAC work as well. So there's an additional $1 million there as well, where we're actually working with them now. And that's going to replace, I believe, we're looking at the gymnasium here, the HVAC units on the roof for air. So, because they're at the point where they need to be replaced.
Correct. So the last proposition that we would have on the ballot for you is a proposition for a capital reserve. So we do have a capital reserve right now. It was voted on in 2012 with an anticipated life of 12 years. So we're coming right up on that expiring. And this proposition will propose a capital reserve of a $10 million lifetime limit and a 15-year life rather than 12 for the purpose of financing whole or in part the cost of capital projects. So what we've used this reserve for in the past is to get things like our turf fields in place for our students. It helps give us a little flexibility within our capital improvement planning, as well as, you know, provided we don't have any changes to our debt limit. We would love to see them, but if we don't, it does give us a little leeway to include those extra items without having to issue bonds.
Can you speak to the existing capital reserve? We've always had a capital reserve. I want to draw attention to that. You want to speak to that, please?
Sure. So the existing capital reserve that was voted on in 2012 had a $600,000 annual contribution and a slightly lower lifetime limit. It was written in such a way that we would never reach that lifetime limit unless we contributed the maximum amount every year. So what we've seen as far as our revenues coming in is we see the past few years we've had a lot of funding. We've been able to be fully funded in 23-24, which is fantastic for us. But we've certainly had years where we've run a significant deficit. And a result of those fluctuations is that we haven't been able to take full advantage of the capital reserve to provide a little fiscal responsibility and stability into our savings for those purposes. So this reserve is a renewal with a few changes, mainly increasing that lifetime year from 12 to 15, as well as the lifetime limit up to 10 million. So although the existing capital reserve does have another year on it, we're trying to be proactive so that we can ensure stability in those savings as well.
Yeah, and the other thing I would add to, in the current project, for example, it was 13.7 million augmented by 1.4 million, which came out to the 15.1. That 1.4 million went towards the track and the field in predominantly.
Which was planned for.
Which is exactly what was planned for. So that's an example of how we plan forward. And I think this also allows us to really be anticipating, be able to do work in the event that the state and the constitutional debt limit doesn't change. This also allows us to continue to address significant needs that we have in the district, as well as hopefully addressing things that we want to do in structuring and programming, because that's ultimately where we want to be, is driving those dollars right down into those classrooms. So STEM, you know that's going to be a direction. It is now, is the future. So we know are our classrooms at where they need to be able to provide the instructional opportunities for teachers to provide to our kids. So I think we have an example of that with that nice augmentation of the federal funds. If you go down into our tech wing, we probably should take a tour down there sometime and look at what we've changed and how we went from the 1960s and 70s, and we brought that into the 21st century. And we also saw our class sizes increase, the number of kids enrolling in those classes increase to maximum numbers, as opposed to in the past they weren't. More importantly, walking out and experiencing the job skills that they need to be able to have when they walk out, because we worked with local businesses. They told us what we needed to have in those spaces. So that's an example where this type of fund could allow us that flexibility to address needs more efficiently and effectively, as opposed to waiting for capital projects, which could take years.
or waiting and hoping that somebody comes across with money we didn't anticipate.
Right. So this is the full proposition for that capital reserve. I would point out that inside of this language is also wording that the balance in the existing capital reserve would move into the newly voted capital reserve. And what that would do is it would just mean that we would only have one capital reserve existing at a time. And that's everything I have for you tonight on the budget and financials, but if you
That's a
have
lot,
any
Danielle.
questions.
Thank you. That's a lot.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. You did a great
I
job.
guess the only question I would ask, you always ask if there's anything I need to know or like, just, is there any questions around the appropriated fund balance and the use? We have the 0% tax levy. We're talking a 373. As I said, if we're going to focus on the 11th and then the 18th for a final budget, I want to make sure if there's any questions on there. And I know it's been a question in the past, so I just wanted to make sure that I have any direction from the board, that if there's anything that you need us to be doing in the interim while we wait for those figures. Hopefully the figures will come a little higher, but I'm not anticipating that.
I don't have any questions. I will compliment everyone involved in constructing this, that it seems to me that you have anticipated almost all of our questions as I think back to the last few years. So well done that you beat us to our own questions.
We will take all the questions, things and thoughts you brought up this evening, though, and reflect and look at those over the next, because we're constantly looking, as Ms. Geithner indicated, we get the survey coming back. There's a, again, we're working into it. We're a little bit week earlier that we're going to be there, not going with the 26th. So again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So if you have any questions, not this evening, but if it's tomorrow or Thursday or next week even, not a problem. Just reach out to the business office or me, and we'll try to get those answers, because chances are others in the community may have those same questions. And with that, that's the conclusion of the superintendent's report
All
this
right.
evening. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. Would someone move item 4.01 to accept our financial reports?
Move it. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passed 700. Item 4.02, approval of disposal of property. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passed 700. Item 4.03, to accept donation. Any discussion? I just would like to say thank you to the class of 65 for this donation to the Music Boosters. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And abstentions? Passed 700. Item 5.01, to approve the resolution to designate polling locations. And I think it's important to mention that this year there will be 2 polling locations. Do you want to speak to this, Superintendent Polvino, the 2 locations?
Sure. So in the preparation each year, when we're going through things, we always kind of methodically, Ms. Perry goes through and goes through all the pieces as we go through the process of what we need to get in place as we start to make all the arrangements. And one of those pieces is we reach out to our attorneys each year. Obviously, the capital project was also another component this year. And even though each year we've had them review, this year's the attorneys looked at this, and in accordance with regulations, things like that, the recommendation for us is to move to 2 polling sites. I provided that information last week. We found this out last Wednesday into Thursday, and we've been working on, so there'll be a polling place at the Fulton Community Center, which I believe is where the mayor's office is, and City Hall.
City Hall, yes.
So that's where that location will be, and our other location will be at the War Memorial. There'll be designations based on where you live and reside, and all that information will be provided. That's come up before, but this time we really want to be in accordance, and new eyes, new lens gave us this feedback, so we'll be moving to that direction.
Thank you. And did I have that moved yet?
I'll move it.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed and abstentions? Passed 700. Item 5.02, to approve the resolution to announce the 2023 annual meeting.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, quick question.
Yes.
I believe it's the 16th and 17th of November. What is the purpose of the 2 half-days, Mr. Palvino, in a row?
Instructional calendar?
Yeah.
Okay. Are those, Jerry?
The 16th and 17th are elementary parent-teacher conferences.
And I just didn't know, does it have to be structured in that way for some reason?
There are some contractual obligations.
Okay.
Okay, so. I have item 5.02 to announce the annual meeting, and we moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, and abstentions, passed 700. Item 5.03 to approve the capital improvement resolution.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstentions, passed 700. Item 5.04 to approve the capital reserves fund resolution.
Move it. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, passed 700. Item 5.05 to approve the vehicle bond resolution.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstentions, passed 700. Item 5.06 to approve the capital outlay project seeker.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstentions, passed 700. Item 5.07 to approve the election inspectors.
Move it.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstentions, passed 7-0. Pardon me? Oh, you abstained, passed 601. Item 6.01, approve Committee on Special Education recommendations.
Move it.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstentions, passed 700. Item 6.02 to approve instructional calendar for 23-24.
Move it.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstentions, pass 700. Item 6.03 to accept the partial settlement of vaping litigation.
Move it.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstentions, pass 700. Item, 7.01 to approve policy number 8520.0, statement for free and reduced price meals or free milk.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, and abstentions, pass 700. First reading of policies for 21.0 board member qualifications and 9030.0 Family Medical and Medical Leave Act. Any discussion on this first readings? Okay, moving along, I'm wondering if you'd like to batch items 8.01 through 8.17 personnel.
Move it.
Any discussion on any of those items?
Yes. The assistant varsity coach for spring 22-23,
Can you tell me what number you're looking at?
8.14.
Thank you.
Is that a new spring position? Our varsity, assistant varsity hockey coach, it says spring 22-23, but hockey is winter. I just noticed it,
Right.
So I. I'm talking like you said. Want to address that, Mark? You want me to?
It was addressed in the narrative. This was an item that was missed due to a resignation, and then he came back on right at the beginning of the season, and it was never sent here. So this is
Okay.
being done retroactively now.
Okay, I
Yeah, so
assumed,
what
I just
happened
didn't see a
was-
narrative.
Yeah.
So I,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was in the narrative, but
Yeah.
the bottom line, here's what happened. We had
It's in the
we had-
backup,
we
yeah.
had a hockey coach we had a position that was in place,
I'll show it to you later.
and the person
it is.
backed,
I just looked with Jim, but yeah.
the person backed out of the position right at the beginning of the season. We had somebody else come in and take the position. However, when we went to pay them, which we pay at the end of the season, and I've addressed this, it should have been caught earlier. They went to pay the person. There was not a resolution affecting that person. That's why that's on here. So this person, actually, this is retro. And obviously, Mark and I have discussed it, and the talked it over, obviously, with that department, and we'll make sure that there was an adjustment right before the person declined the job, right as the season started. Should have been addressed.
Is your question, should it say winter instead of spring?
I could not, I looked at my notes today and I didn't see a narrative. And then when I came and I asked Jen, I said, can you show me where the narrative is? And I looked again and I couldn't find it. And I didn't see an email for it. So I was like, and then whatever.
It should
It's
say
fine. I just
winter.
wanted to make sure that it wasn't a spring something new.
Right, it should have been from the winter season.
Okay.
Okay. Do you, okay. Let me see. Any other items anyone wishes to discuss? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstentions. Pass 700. Item, let's see, item 9.01, so board forum. Molly, would you like to start us off tonight?
Sure. I guess all I really wanted to say was thank you to the junior high's jazz band for coming in and playing for us. I really enjoyed it, and I saw some people I knew, and they looked like they were having a lot of fun. And I also wanted to congratulate all the participants in this year's All-County, because I know they worked really hard on that. So besides that, I hope everybody has a good night.
Thank you. Mrs. Abelgor.
Yes, would like to thank you, Danielle, so much. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Danielle, I'd like to thank you so much for the very in-depth, detailed budget information. I'm sure I will come back with a lot of questions. That is a lot to take in. I did read it over before as well, but you answered a lot of questions tonight, and you made it easy to follow along. So I appreciate that to you and your team. Thank you. Super excited that we got to listen to the jazz band tonight. I love listening to our students play. We have such talented students here in our district, as well as those who were in the musical Shrek. That was a fantastic show. If you got an opportunity to see it, it was amazing. I know there's something else, but I just lost it. So it might come up at some point. I hope that everybody has a wonderful spring break next week and gets rejuvenated. And thank you very much for the presentations.
Mrs. Papalardo.
Yes, so I'll second the Shrek musical. I hope everyone really got to see it. I kept looking at Olivia going, they're your age. Like, they're good. They're doing this. I was very, very, very impressed. So, nice job, Molly. I was able to attend the Volney music in our schools. They highlighted their first and second graders. And I was super impressed. There were probably at least 20 of them that got up and spoke in front of all of the parents. And I mean, for 6 and 7, 8-year-olds, that just blew my mind that they were able to do that. And they were so cute. And I think it's really important that we did highlight the younger kids, because they don't get that. You know, they don't get that attention that some of the older kids receive. So thank you for all of the budget presentation, Danielle. You did a great job. I'm pleasantly surprised with all of our numbers. And then I just had a question. Regarding winter sports, did we have coach evaluations completed? Process?
I will follow up, yes.
Okay.
I will follow up with that and get that answer to you. And they'll also do the presentation, I believe it's the April 11th, we'll be doing the winter sports.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Connors.
I'd like to thank everybody who did a report tonight. They were all very insightful, very helpful. I definitely learned a lot and will help me make better decisions in the future. Of course, I really enjoyed listening to the students perform tonight. I'm still shocked that they're telling me these were junior high kids. They sounded like they were much higher up, much higher high school level, so congratulations. And I'd like to do a shout out. We had some of the members of the girls wrestling team participate in a tournament this past weekend, and all of them placed in the top 6.
So I wanted to give a shout out to them for doing a great job.
Mrs. Mainville?
Thank you to everybody who did presentations. When I was looking through the slideshows before coming, especially with Mrs. Geithner, I was confused with a lot of the information, but hearing you speak, and you were very thorough about that, so thank you, I appreciate it. And same to you, Danielle, wow, like, a lot of time and effort went into that, and it was very detailed, very thorough, so I appreciate you guys for presenting it and taking the time to be so thorough about it. That junior high jazz band, wow. The girl playing the drums, I still
Yeah.
can't get over her. She was like outstanding, but
She was having a good
like
time.
everybody said, I can't believe they were in 7th and 8th grade. They were fantastic. Spring sports are out, their kids are out, and I cannot believe the amount of kids that are participating. When I drove through, and the amount of kids on the track team, just with Abby being, part of it for so long, and then Mr. L saying that it's 2 buses, like, that's crazy, 2 buses for these teams. So it's nice, it's so nice to see that things are getting back to normal. I went in looking for Allison, and there was a kid playing, they hooked up their Wii to the TV. Like, it's just like crazy things like that. It's really good to see, and makes me happy that they're happy and just living the life. I think that is it for now.
Thank you. Mr. Cordone?
Yeah, ditto on the budget presentation. Appreciate the level of detail and the comprehensiveness of it. And also wanted just to kind of tag on to comments made about the music program. Mrs. Almeida did a great job of articulating the scope of work that they do from, kindergarten through 12th grade. And I just wanted to add to that, I know as a parent of students who benefited from that work all the way through, everybody in that department makes a connection to kids, to the point that my college student on break last week was helping the jazz band get ready. So, and they personally connect with them, as did Mr. Kevinis at the high school. So those connections, they make a real difference. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Mr. Crandall?
Oh, I just want to thank everyone for the presentations. Jazz band was
Microphone, Tim.
Microphone.
great. Jazz band was
Down.
great.
Closer.
Close.
Yeah, I can't hear
We
you.
need better mics.
Okay.
I thought the jazz band was great. Everybody did great with their presentations. And I'd also like to pass on a note for Mr. Palvino to give the bus drivers, when the kids are getting off the bus, look in the rearview mirrors. The other day, I was behind a staff school bus with its lights on. Little girl got off the bus. She was probably 2nd grade maybe. And when she got off, she dropped stuff right at the step where she got off the bus. Well, she walked a few steps, the bus driver closed the door and took off, and she went back towards the bus. And I yelled at her to stop, and she did. She backed up, and the bus just kept on going. And then I stayed there, and I let her go pick up her stuff. But they need to pay attention to that.
If you could let me know just the address area, so I'll know that we can.
Powers
I wanna
Drive
remind that.
and Curtis Street.
Thank you.
Thank you. As my colleague said, it was an outstanding night for reports. Thorough and explained in a way that anyone can understand, and that's greatly appreciated. I just wanted to take a moment and apologize to our audience for the lack of the big screen here tonight. It was here. We had a problem. It was not working. It's our intent to try to get a big screen back here. But again, sincere apologies for not having that available for your viewing. We'll try to do better. And this brings us now to our second public forum. So anyone who wishes to address us, the board, on a topic on tonight's agenda, now's the time. So we don't have a lot of people out here, but does anyone have a question they want to? Okay, Frank?
First thing I want to say, I thought there was some excellent questions tonight on both the presentation by Mrs. Geithner and also on the budget. So I want to thank everybody for those kind of questions. I have some questions on the absenteeism. The across the board, the 40%, is that for K through 12, or is that like each, the high school level, there's 40% there, there's 40% at elementary and 40% at junior high? And the reason there's reasons I ask that. Are the tutoring students in that calculation? The reason I ask about the tutoring students, I'm supposed to transport 4 of them. Out of the 4, 2 I've seen once out of a month. 1 I have not seen at all. And another one, he's been there 3 days now out of the 5 days he was supposed to go. So, I'm just looking at and the reason I'm asking these questions about absenteeism, because I believe it was brought up that you've got students that are missing class 40%, they're missing, and how do they keep progressing on if they're missing that much time? And yet they are progressing on. What that tells me is that we must not be challenging them enough for them to be held back if we ever do that, because I know that from years ago, there's no student left behind, so I doubt that there will be a student left behind. But we have to see what we have to make challenging if they are getting by missing 3 days out of the week or 2 days out of the week. Okay, it's just my feelings, and it goes to the old school. So, but I want to thank everybody for that. At some point in time, if Mrs. Geithner would send me an email of some sort to say how we're, if they are included in that, the tutoring students. Okay, so thank you very much for your time and great job tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the board on a topic on the agenda? All right, with that, I'm going to ask my colleagues to move item 9.03 to go to executive session.
Move it.
I just wanted to address your comment about the bus drivers. Bus drivers are supposed to look in their mirrors. And they are supposed to wait until the student is, you're going to question me on this. I think it's 10 feet away from the bus, okay? And they are supposed to look in their mirrors to make sure everybody's clear of the bus before they move on. And I apologize, in advance for anything that may have happened there. Thank God nothing bad did happen, okay? I have to say one statement, though. I pick up at the north parking lot. Yesterday, the lights were on the minibus. And I'm assuming it was a teacher because they came out just as the students were starting to come out. They came right through the red lights. Now, somebody may say, well, there was a maniac out there yelling at somebody. I was outside my van saying, those are red lights, you're not supposed to be going through them. And all that guy did is wave to me, saying thank you. So, we have to watch everything. So, and I thank you for, watching out for that student. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I came back.
Thank you. Did I get this moved?
Move it.
Resolution 9 point, did we moved it and seconded?
I'll move it. We haven't done it yet.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Passed 700. After a 5-minute break, we're going to go into executive session and take care of these items. Thank you.
And go ahead.
We're back, minus one of my colleagues who needed to leave the room for a moment, but we're going to move ahead with her permission. And we are at item 10, to adjourn the meeting. Would someone please make a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed and abstention. Pass 6-0-0. Thank you all. Sorry for such a late night.